Matt Janko Tech subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 42 months, currently on a 21-month streak. And says why won't Prime subs just auto-renew? Stupid ads. End of line.
Here's the deal, okay? So, this is a highly chaotic stream this time. I can't hear Duck Talk. Why can I not hear Duck Talk?
247 subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 24 months. And says 2 whole years. End of line.
See. Oh, that's broken. How was I solving this last time? That was outputting correctly last time. Server audio wasn't muted. This isn't muted. Let me try one more thing.
Matt Janko Tech says tier 100 we can hear Deck Talk fine. So I guess it. End of line.
Yeah, you guys can hear Deck Talk, I cannot. Wait a minute, it's not as easy as... Nope, those were on. I don't understand why I cannot hear this. It's not that, is it? Oh, those all seem normal. Yeah, I don't know. That's really annoying. Oh my gosh, this cable is this long. me check something. Why? Black Simon and Raiders, hello and welcome. I'm currently running into audio issues where I can't hear anything, so I am trying to diagnose this right now, but once we get that going, we're going to be looking at connecting this DECWriter 3 over serial, through a USB serial adapter to a Linux machine, so that we can send it data. There's a lot more work that's going to have to go into that because it turns out the configuration for this thing is kind of super wonky. And one of the things I need to do is go through the manual here. And I think this has a form pre-programmed into it because it skips way too many lines at once when trying to print. Like, it will print a little bit of stuff and then a whole blank sheet's worth of data. So I think there's a form programmed in. We're going to have to figure out how to clear that out, which is going to be not trivial. Can it run Doom? Well, that's like asking if a mouse and keyboard can run Doom. The answer is no, because it's an input device. Okay. I am currently trying to figure out why I cannot hear sound from my TTS. I'm not going to get into repairing the DECWriter 3 because there's going to be a video that's coming out about that today. So, yeah, I'm not going to answer the same questions all day about it. All right. Is there an audio output on this monitor? There's an audio input. That's super convenient. So this is another one of those motherboards that apparently has the wonderful lack of Linux support. I cannot get... What was that? No? I don't know what that just did. Log stereo output. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get headphone audio to work here. Buy you every combination so I can stop gazing upon your foul deeds in despair. I just can't interconnect them all. Yeah. This is very annoying. Well, I feel less bad about not using the onboard audio in on that computer now because there's apparently no way to do that. Okay, what workaround do I possibly have for this? I know how to hear TTS. This is stupid. I'm gonna... Oh, is that even working? Okay, that's not working. Cool. My office internet is down. Okay, that's fun. All right. I was gonna say I could bring up the TTS on that computer, and then I know the audio out works on that one, but nope. Okay, why does this monitor not have a headphone output? That's so weird. Oh well. Do I have a Bluetooth USB adapter around here? Because that's the only other option I can think of. Not that I know where it is. Okay, you know what? I give up. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna be able to hear TTS. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. You know what? Other people can feel free to answer the questions about this stuff with. There will be a video later at the end of the stream. At the end of the stream, I will release a video that will talk all about how I repaired it. It is too much work to cover over and over again in the stream. I'm sorry. All right, I did not have time to finish eating before, so yeah. You didn't hear your last TTS? You know what? I don't care. I don't care. Okay. Here's the deal. We need a computer to connect this to, and I'm tired of using my laptop for this. I want to set up this machine as the go-to Linux USB serial interface thing. Because that's kind of the whole point for its existence, is weird stuff like this. Okay. So this is my test bench system. Coincidentally, it has the exact same motherboard in it that the stream computer uses that audio is not working on. But we need to set this up so that we can use USB serial on it to control that DECWriter. Now I believe this is my boot drive. I'm just going to take that, I'm going to flip it around, pop it back in there. Now I'm going to plug it into power, and then I'll plug the video out for it into this. Eventually, there we go. It does have a HDMI, right? Yes. It's like there's no GPU in it, but that's fine. Motherboard has onboard HDMI. Okay. Whew, that would have been a problem. Pin top of chat. Thank you, Helen Craft. I really appreciate that. All right. Plug this in here. Boop. Let me get mouse, keyboard. And that one kind of sucks. That one's the one. Okay. All right. Another bite of breakfast that I didn't get to finish. Stream computers had a Haswell. Threadripper is a workstation. It wouldn't have DisplayPort in 2014. Power. And power. And boot. Apparently, Digital Ice Age, I don't know. You know what I have? Drat, this is the Windows drive. I have one idea to maybe make it work on the server side here. Okay, now Deck Talk might work. I can't restart it. I'm sorry. Okay. Let me really quick, before I forget to do this. Majenko, thank you for the 42 months of Prime sub there, and for 21 months. I appreciate that. G-Pin, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 24 months. Majenko, thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for the 100 bits again there, Majenko. Portizo, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 47 months. That's 8, 32, 4 and 2. Man, that's a lot. That's a lot. Long time. Thank you for that, Portizo. And Digital Ice Age, thank you for the 31 months of tier 1 sub there. I appreciate that. And JJ, thank you for the 100 bits. Did that work, JJ? Because there's no way for me to tell. Oh, I know why it didn't work. Oh, that's my fault because I muted it. Oops. Okay. That's cool. I'm smart. Okay. I fixed it. All right, let's get this stupid Windows drive out of here. No one wants to use Windows. Where's my Linux drive?
JJDB210 says Tier 100. This is another test. End of line.
Well, it's either gone and repurposed or it disappeared into the computer. Oops. This is another test. Tech Talk works? Okay, cool. Thank you, Justin, for the 200 bits of testing. Let me just do a highly scientific check here if the drive is in the computer or not. No, it is not. Awesome. Okay. I need a Post-it note. I don't have a Post-it note. You know what? Blue tape will work out well enough, assuming I can find that. I don't want that roll of tape. If you want a different roll of clear tape, that one will do. And then blue tape is somewhere around here. All right, let me cover some stuff in the background with blue tape while I'm going through this, okay? The thing works. I'll just leave it at that. Linux works very weirdly through this thing, and it's not super convenient, so I'm not sure how I'm going to be able to get this going. We need to test a whole bunch of different stuff for setting this up, and it's going to be a pain. So we need to go through the manual for the DECWriter 3 to figure out how it works, and we need to... That was too much tape, whatever. And we need to have just more setup time with it, because it behaved very strangely. Okay. So put that one in backwards down here, put the Linux drive there. Okay, now it's iOD time, because we need to make a Linux install. Why am I missing the iOD USB cable? There it is. Okay. Now the fun part, where we have to boot the iOD on here. Okay. One moment. Let me catch up. Hold on. Chloe, thank you for the 100 bits. JJ, thank you for the 1,000 bits there. Sorry I didn't see that until just now. It's just, without being able to hear it, it's a little difficult. So, okay. Yeah, that's breakfast down there, because I'm still trying to sneak that in between things. Okay. I had to check my P.O. box before coming to the office today. They don't open until really, really late. So it's incredibly difficult to fit that in with this at the same time. Alright, my iOD's trying to drive me nuts here. Oh, wait, I know what the problem is. Also, no stream here tomorrow. There's nothing I can do about it. $1,600 card. Did that need to come out for excitement? No, it's just been sitting there forever. It's been right there. The iOD is currently still trying to save data. There might be something wrong with it. Cool. Does that mean we're marine fishing? I have no idea what we're doing tomorrow. iOD, what is your problem? Just gonna power cycle it. Okay. Now it should actually work normally.
I'll
just say, tomorrow is one of 2 days a year that I will never attempt to come to the office because it's just straight up not worth it. And that's all I'm going to say. Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits there. All right, let's reboot. And then spam, I think it's F12 on this motherboard. F11. Why are we on the software deck talk? Because the hardware deck talk has been broken for a while. Okay. Okay, yep, let's install. Yeah, it's just we're not getting into it. Hold on, I can't actually see the stuff. One moment. Yeah, only one drive in the computer, so that's fine. My full name, Tech Tangents. What name do you want to use? As we all know, my full legal name is Tech Tangents. Oh my gosh. What's the name of this computer? S-TB-KU-BON2. Wow, I actually spelled it right. Crazy. I'm so glad that you can still put in highly secure passwords. All right, there we go. You know what'd be cool is if this had... Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, there, boom. All right. This needs the, like, Windows 95 splash screens. I mean, it kind of does, but it's just not as fun. Although they probably want to be seen as, like, serious, you know, whatever. Nerds. Okay. At least it shouldn't take too long. While that's going, I'm going to set up my phone for streaming because we will need that. I wish I had a better place of mounting this, but I don't. Ooh. The water cooling loop in there sounds cranky since someone shook up the whole computer. Okay, we are making progress, almost at the point where we can set this up, hopefully. I don't need... Ubuntu comes with Getty installed, right? We're not going to be hosed as soon as this boots and then I got to install a Getty. pretty sure it's going to come with it, but man, that would suck. That's the only thing we need. Should have a Getty by default. Yeah, okay, good. Mr. Star, why are we installing Kubuntu? Because I lost the drive for my test bench that had Linux on it. So we're just making a new one really quick. Because I just want a clean start system to work with. And this is going to kind of become our go-to intermediary Linux serial system. That way we have one. If we want to do something like set up a system D console where it won't completely screw my computer because it's not accessible or something, we can do that. Because there are some Linux serial things that can be a bit complicated. Rimdog cap, it's okay. My clock's got a battery in it. It's only like 14 minutes ahead right now, so that's plenty accurate. Hurry up. Well, that's taking its sweet time. Let me get into the part of the manual that I think we're going to have to spend a lot of time with here. Any clock is right as long as you don't know the offset? Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's such a long manual. I think I passed the part I need. Rare OCR manual from the internet. Oh, I see what's happening here. The press enter to continue is perfectly centered on top of the text that says press delete to run BIOS setup. So I was sitting here waiting for it to do something, and it's sitting there waiting for me to do something, but I didn't know because the MSI boot splash image is stupid. Ugh. Time to disable it? That sounds like it'd take effort. Plus, do you think I got a CR2032 in there? Pfft, that setting's going to be lost next time I plug this thing in. I want to be like Windows Hellencroft. They're doing it intentionally. Okay. Literally, first command I'm going to run, sudo su. It's beautiful. Okay. Oh, good. Getty is installed. How about Minicom? That's a shame, because I don't want to have to learn how to use STTY. Okay. Could have used sudo I. How many characters is sudo I? Okay. So this, which isn't showing. Oh, because OBS just crashed. Cool. Good job, OBS. There's probably a reason I stopped trying to do it this way and was doing a window capture of no machine. Okay, this, hey, there we go. That is what I think we need to mess with. So the DECWriter 3 apparently can do form setups for some stupid reason. I would expect you to program this on the computer and then have it just move the head around, but no. So what I'm thinking is there is a form that is programmed into this thing that is only like 20 lines long or something, and that it will get through that and then just skip the rest of the page. So, oh my gosh, OBS is so frustrating, it keeps crashing. It just, unspecified error while recording. Why? All right, well, that is super annoying. I guess I'll just turn this on every now and then at random, show you a single page. Okay. Okay. I'm about to finish breakfast. All right. I'm going to turn on the DECWriter. I just want to make sure the whole thing actually works before. This is actually going to be kind of complicated. You know what? One moment. We don't. Okay.
Lane subscribed at tier 1.
Unplug
They
that.
subscribed for 44 months.
And then
Currently
just
on a
gently
44-month
rotate this. I'm
streak.
not going to knock anything on
And
the
says
floor.
the
No.
DECWriter I turn on yay. End of line.
And there. Now that is video out, and that is nothing because I can't connect it to my phone. Oop. And we'll do, come on, work with me. This, disable log, and that was a sound. One moment. There we go. Now we can turn to that. Okay. There's a lot of moving parts to this, literally, because I turned this on and it's going to move. Excuse me? Does the lid need to be closed? Is that it? I think that's it. I think the switch is not being depressed and it's not initializing. You know, I'm getting real tired of this stupid switch. Where was the thing I had on there last? This will work along with this. Because I can't close the lid. You know what? I'm just going to take the lid off. A lot of paper died in the process of making this thing work, which is why we need to fix it. A lot of paper died. I mean, there's not anything wrong with it. We just need to figure out how to interface with it and configure the software. Okay. Where'd my piece of foam go? There it is. Using a C-clamp to hold down a button. I really should just toggle an inline power switch for that thing. Okay, now it'll boot. Okay. Back to this. We can run. Why does it dim the video? Anyway. Getty, TTY, USB 0 probably. Okay. I'm going to go over to here. Let me fix this, actually. There we go. Here, auto white balance, or I expose. That's way too dim. What? Auto. Still too dim. Okay, well, if you're going to be like that then. Manual it is. How was that? 3200. Phone's messing with me. Sorry, one moment. There we go. All right, so that's way too bright. Why? Why is the EV +2? Oh my gosh, phone. This is not my day. That's still too bright. Okay, maybe my phone is set to be too dim. Maybe it's messing with my eyes. That'll work. Okay. Put roll of solder on the switch. Yeah, I don't want anything metal. I don't want it to fall and short something. So, all right. I'm just going to hit enter with Getty here. Okay, I'm gonna regret that. And I'm going to reboot the computer to clear the buffer. And then this time, I'm going to plug the serial port in first. Phone. Why? You know what? Just lock focus right there. Just don't even think about it. There are a lot of moving parts of the stream to make this work right now. Okay. Back to this. Back to here. Back to that. Back to this. Okay. And Well, that's clearly all configured very wrong. Okay, that's cool. I don't think I can actually quit from there. All right. Oh boy. Let's close this. At least the buffer will be cleared. Man, STTY. Man, STTY. Well, Portizo, that works if the serial port is configured correctly. Control D does not end it when you're in the host side. Okay, device port, blah, blah. Is there just an example of setting basic stuff? Oh my gosh, why is this so long and useless? How do I set baud? Come on, baud rate. Where's baud? Baud. It can't only show up once. Are you kidding me? Well, Portizo, that would work if I had internet. So run the 8-man a Getty. Port, baud rate. Is there a parity or is it just assumed parity? You know what? We'll just try that. Okay. Sudo su. Okay. So a Getty. ASCII 9600. That's not right. Minicom is not installed. Yeah, can't do Control D from here. So closing the terminal. Yeah, can't do any of that. All right, well, this is fun. Port baud rate term. All right, that's fine. I should have seen that when I ran the man. Okay, at least it's in a billion lines. Yeah, because we're probably still in the acceptable range of the form right now. In your defense, Ben, QCOM or A-Getty sucks. Why is my phone recording? You ever have one of those days where you think, I shouldn't have woken up today? It wasn't worth it.
PHDNV subscribed with Prime. They've subscribed for 4 months. End of line.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to make the Blackmagic camera work, but it hates me, and it wants to run in log, despite me having it set to Rec 709. So that's fun. All right. That we'll have to do because that won't randomly start recording for no reason. Okay, back to this. Why does this not work? Control D does nothing because it shouldn't do anything, so that makes sense. Okay. BMD camera doesn't let you specify your own endpoint for streaming. Oh no, it does. It does. For SRT, at least now, it may not have let you when you first looked. You have to build a stupid Blackmagic special XML file to do it, but you can. I could stream to my server from that right now through the Blackmagic app. So just look up how to make their special blessed XML file for that, and then you can import that into it. Or you can just wait a couple of days. I'm probably going to add it to the TT Wiki, because if you go to the guide section on the TT Wiki, I just added this morning how to set up SRT and RTMP, and I'm planning on documenting the XML format for that. Okay. So why is this not working? Yeah, that's not connected. That's the Pi that does the Wi-Fi. So I'm just going to power cycle that. See if it actually reconnects this time. Okay. Is Wi-Fi going to connect? All right. Is it going to stay connected? That's the real secret. Is it going to stay connected? Because if it stays connected, then I get Ethernet into this thing, and we can actually have a network connection. So far, so good. All right, we'll leave that alone. We'll see if that works. How do you like my KVM? It stands for Keep Moving Video Cable. Okay. We can do now sudo apt install qtcom. Why can't it? Oh, sudo apt update. There's something I want to complain about, but I know as soon as I say it, everyone's just going to give me suggestions about it. So I'm going to not complain about it, because that's just how life goes when you do live streaming. Actually, I think that's just having a gripe on the internet with people who are technically savvy. They can't help but just want to solve the problem. And yes, I did mean QtCom, Ben. We can pinky promise it's okay. We can give you suggestions you don't know what you're going to complain about. Yeah, but you're not going to know this time. Because I don't need the suggestion. I know exactly what I need to do. I just don't want to do it. All right. Now, TTY USB. Settings. 9600, 8N1, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Here's what I'm going to do. We have this open. Why can't I not type into it? Open. Linux, add user to group. This is my tar. I know how to use tar. I could defuse the bomb. You want me to know how to add a Linux user to a group? Never going to happen. But I refuse to take blame on this because the paths, the things for this are just stupid. Also, let's be real. By this point, it's not serial, it's dial out. At this point, your user should just come with the ability to access this stupid serial ports. Like, why? Why not? Why can't it? How is that not an out-of-the-box thing? Yeah, I don't actually know, Danberg. I have a feeling it doesn't, but I was going to reboot because I think that Getty left the serial port in a wonky state, and I figured if I was going to reboot, I might as well just make sure that the dial-out thing is set. So, it's security. What is going to be risky about a serial port in 2025? The only people who are using that are the people who know what they're doing. All right, QCOM. Okay. 9600 8N1 open. Now we can send stuff. Okay, so look at this. I'm just gonna send the word test, and hey, that's not quite right there. Hold on. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, line feed, carriage return. Hold on. Let's just. Yeah, that's. Okay. Oh. Well, that's curious. Hey, real quick, Ben, because you are the one who is the deck manual wizard. Is there a battery in this thing? And the DECWriter, not that I know of. Interesting. How do you save settings? All right, let me go over what's wrong. The baud rate is currently set to 1200 baud. I had set this to 9600 baud. So I don't know why it's wrong. It's not a problem. I can set it back to 9600 baud. By the way, this thing is awesome. I love it so much. But then it's not gonna persist. Like, actually, let's set this, okay? Boom. So, setup, okay, baud rate, 9600 baud. Okay, I'm gonna turn it off. Excuse me. Turn it back on. Setup, baud, 1200. Who turns off the line printer anyway? Well, clearly not the people who owned it last time. You just leave it on at the correct settings. Yeah, but that's when you need to buy $40 worth of capacitors. It's Nixies. So they're not Nixies. Those are bubble LEDs. They are still incredible, though. Let me see if I can fix a white balance. Phone, why you gotta be like this? Hold on, LUTs. Cord LUT to clip. Oh, why does it not apply the LUT? LUT on. That will help. Okay. It's not perfect, but I'll take it. Okay, white balance. All right, we'll go with that. Woo. One moment. This just broke loose. Now that's loose, but that's loose in a different way. That's more acceptable. Okay. Oh, that's bright. You should be glad you're not seeing this right now. Okay. Oh, it's so bad. It looks like a movie that's heavily color graded. Okay. Shift 9 in setup mode to save your settings. Interesting. Okay. Good. Thank you for looking for that. Okay. Store recall. Okay. That makes sense. All right. What'd you miss in the last stream? Nothing. Everything that has been missed will be covered in the video that I release at the end of the stream. Okay. Was that funky looking L next to, oh yeah, stupid foreign money, that's what. Uses NVRAM chip, okay. All right, well that's fine, okay. All right, well let's do this then. So baud rate, back to, I don't know if you guys can easily see this, let me zoom it in, just to be sure. All right, baud rate, back to 9600, okay. Parity, so it says 1, we're gonna set it to 8, and coincidentally 8 is 8 bits, none parity, so that is what we want. And then apparently, so Ben, is it while I'm in setup mode, I assume? Shift 9 in setup mode, okay. So Shift 9, ooh, wow, it has to, why did that was weird, okay. So we are exited. Okay, I think that'll work now. So I presume it's one of those chips. Yeah, yeah. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get this HDMI cable around my stool so I'm not constantly running over it. Okay, back to this. We don't need this now because I suspect we can do more stuff. That is preferable. Okay. Sudo su. So now we can run agetty and it should work. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna hit enter after I point this at the paper, and that's gonna output everything our hearts desire. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Okay, so now I log in on this. Okay. I am the only one who has access to the TT Wiki. Why would you want access to the TT Wiki? It's so good. Oh my God, I love it so much. Holy moly. It is incredible. Yeah, absolutely. I am head over heels with this thing, okay? Like, unbelievably. But we have a problem. We're not done yet, okay? That is a sight to behold. Yeah, way faster from Homebrew Daisy Wheel. Yeah, it's so fast. It's actually not fast enough, though. How does it do that printing? What do you mean? It's the print head that I've been painstakingly refreshing. Print head seems to be wagging. So it's kind of weird. So don't worry about it too much. But the DC motor is trying to move it, and it's like stuck in between two positions where it wants to be. I don't know. It's kind of dumb. Just don't worry. And print URLs. There's nothing special about those characters. Do we get a new print head to refix it? I will cover that in the video at the end of stream. How's the print head work? I've not been here for months. Well, good news. I go way too deep into it in the video at the end of stream. I'm just saying that there's a lot of stuff to cover. So there's no article on the BJ85 or the IS-12. Okay. Oh, were you the one who happened to email me about needing the software for that? I know where that is. I can grab it. But yeah, no, I am the only person who'll ever have access to that wiki because It's not meant to be a public database of hardware. It's meant to be my collection in particular. So, Helen Pins asked about the video disappear. Twitch being weird. I don't know. Dumb terminal mode on DECWriter 3. I don't know what smart terminal mode is on it. So, all right. Let's try and continue so you can start to see the problems. ls-la. No way. Running it in ASCII mode fixed it. Nah, something's weird. What happened? What's going on? Why did that work so well? Oh my god, I love this thing. It's so good! I don't think I've ever seen that sudo as admin file before. That's weird. Oh, man. Yeah, Ben, I kind of indicated in the video, won't try to send any escape code nonsense. Yeah, but for the printout, I catted the file to it, and it still did it. So why did that happen? That's KDE, what now? Face.icon? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we just made this, so. Well, why shouldn't it work? It'll make sense at the end of the video. Oh my gosh, sorry. So I am not getting notified of the cheers stuff. So let me catch up here. John Lego, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 12 months. I appreciate that. Swarm, thank you for the 101 bits. Lanesy, thank you for the tier 1 sub and for 44 months. I appreciate that. And PhD in PvE, thank you for the prime sub and for 4 months. We don't know what problems you were seeing because they're in the video. I mean, you could talk about it. I don't care. So you have to redo the video now? Absolutely not. There's also another mistake in the video that I found while I was editing that I decided I'm not going to correct because no one will notice. So. All right. I'm going to run that again. There are no arrow keys. Interesting. I can do everyone's favorite command. Yeah, it just works. Why? He told us? I didn't tell you what it was. It is .matrix, yes. Huh. Can the stream please someone watch the video? Yeah, we're not running any curses. Well, curses applications are where it gets a lot more complicated. I don't know if maybe it was because I ran a curses application, though. I wonder if that could be the case. Obviously, SL is not installed. So, You know what? For kicks, Vim. Okay, fair. Wait, it did run it, though. Defaulting to ANSI. Interesting. Okay, terminal entry not found. For ASCII, it's defaulting to ANSI. You know what? That does actually work. Okay. So that's way better than yesterday. What? Could it just be the ASCII versus the VT102? That's so weird. So that's quit line feed, which does make it print a new line.
JJDB210 says
no, something's not right. Hold on.
Cat shows up.
Something ain't right.
Line.
How? I need a flash drive. Maybe I am going to re-edit the video. I can't render it from here though. I mean, I could. Oh, it'd be a pain. I could actually fix it. Oh man. One moment. One moment. Okay, so Firefox. There's a DECWriter terminal. What? I did not know that. That's hilarious. I wonder if it's actually implemented. All right, hold on. I am downloading the printout file. We're going to reprint that because I want to see if it just works this time, just to spite me. You know what I really miss? The Windows XP right-click send to. That was pretty baller. KDE needs to steal that. Because I want to be able to right-click a file and have it just sent to the flash drive. Hold on. Control D. I want this. Let's put it there. Okay. So let's try this though. Okay. One moment. I'm going to switch back to the stupid built-in Samsung app. Okay. Yeah, it's really, really faint. I know. We are manual focus. Are we multi-point focus? It's just center focus. Focus right there and lock it. Okay. Recording. Okay. Now over here, I'm just going to cat print out to dev tty USB 0, okay? And then we're going to hit enter and I want to see what happens. Why did it have to go and be perfect? What? Yeah, I know, Majenko. Like, making that work was the whole thing I wanted to solve today. So, but Ben, yeah, so maybe it sent something that like configure the form length over that? So maybe that was the whole problem? Oh my gosh. All right, hold on. How do I want to handle this? That just complicated some things. All right. I'll let you all know what's going on to understand my thought process and why we're about to detour to something stupid. All right. At the end of the video that comes out at 2 p.m., I tried to do that print. And, well, it's back here. It had massive gaps in between like this, about the size of a screen. I thought it was because the DECWriter had a form pre-programmed into it. Now it seems like it's probably because it was in VT102 mode and it misconfigured it by sending it wonky escape codes. So the end of the video now is wrong. And it's scheduled to be released in 3 hours. So the only way I could fix it is by just replacing the outro and re-rendering it. But I'm live and I'm not at home. So this is quite the interesting predicament. I think I have a means to make this work though. Re-rendering time? Yeah, all the footage is at home. Everything is at home. All right, first off, is Android tethering going to work? Last minute re-render has ever happened to me? Truly never. Oh, but it's going to be such a pain here right now. First off, MTP on Linux, garbage. Absolutely worthless. Okay, it finally worked. Okay, camera. All right, now while that's going, I need to connect my VPN remotely to the server, which it takes a second. Here, where is it? This. Change the peer. Be cool if my keyboard didn't suck. Okay, let's go ahead and connect to that. Yeah, /TP to home, yeah. Okay, now I'll see if I can no machine server VPN. And that's not working. Okay. Well, that's strange, because that should be working. Peers. That all looks correct. Does the Wi-Fi actually have internet? Maybe that's what's going on. That will be a bit of a problem. Hold on, let me just restart the Raspberry Pi. I'm showing a motorcycle streaming across town, re-render. Countdown timer takes a 0. Yeah. Just release it late? Yeah, I don't think you understand. That just won't happen. Set scrolling area VT102 is set top, set bottom margins on the LA120 period. So if you use anything, okay. Interesting.
The 544JH subscribed at tier 1. They've subscribed for 41 months. End of line.
Okay, maybe I can copy that video file I just recorded off my phone now. Okay. Only 300 megabytes? That sounds too nice. Why? All right, transferring. me try. Do I have internet? Ping google.com. If I could only have my keys work. Okay, that's working. So now if I can't connect, it's on me. Disconnect. Reconnect. Server VPN. Come on. Why? Yeah, I really don't want to have to drive home for this re-render. This should be possible. Why am I not connecting? I just connected on that computer. Make sure nothing. I mean, I'm literally connected on that computer right now. How much time is the commute? I would not restart streaming. It just doesn't matter.
Dr. Doopy subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 16 months. End of line.
Yeah, it's not working. Oh my gosh, my keyboard is driving me insane. Why is that not working? Okay, ping Google. The internet just keeps going down here. I can't do it.
Jan Martin Chagirius subscribed at Tier 1. They've subscribed for 3 months.
Yan Martin, thank you for the Tier 1 sub there and for 3 months. I appreciate that. Also, Dr. Doobie, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for 16 months. A 544JH, thank you for the Tier 1 sub and for, hold on, I'm just bringing it all up, 41 months. I appreciate that. Sorry, I don't hear the notifications part myself today. And Justice, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah. Okay, I can't connect to my server. So, all right. That's frustrating. Okay. Well, the entire premise of today's stream is now kind of a bust, but we can still mess around with it. Man, that's super annoying. Stupid VT102 just happening to break it. Gonna have Ed? No, absolutely not. Well, actually, I don't know what other options we're gonna have, so maybe I might finally have to learn Ed. Ugh. Gross. Use a stream internet? I could. Not my favorite solution, but maybe. That means I'm gonna have to edit on the streaming computer. Ugh. I also don't know how well it's gonna take the upload. Yeah, let me just clarify exactly what it is, okay? The printout okay, where it does that is at the end of the video, all right? If I can not have that at the end of the video, that would be preferable. That's it. I'm not making a follow-up video where I just do the supporter printout. There's literally no reason to do that. So it's either I re-render this video with the functional supporter printout, or I just don't, and then I have it be bad. The so what is because I'm going to get an unending stream of suggestion comments when I know the problem. I'm fixing it. I'm doing it. That's what's happening. I'm fixing it. That's all there is to it. Just bear with me while I do this. Now that I'm going to be doing it through this computer, this is going to maybe go smoother. Okay. Do I try? You know what? I'm going to try no machine send file. I've never really done this. Hopefully it's robust enough. Okay. Hard copy videos. Okay. Machine. Transfer file, upload file from the client. Okay. So we upload this. We save it to, this is really weird. Save. Okay. It is transferring the file. Looks like it's going to take 6 minutes-ish. Okay. Student how's the deck? Annoyingly functional. So those of you who may have just joined in, the entire premise of today's stream was to try and fix the problem where it was printing inconsistently with page breaks like that, which seems to have just been caused by the wrong terminal definition being passed initially, and it broke the setup for the printer. And since it's been rebooted, it's now totally fine. But at the end of the video, I stopped because I didn't know that, and there's a limited amount of time that I can spend on recording videos, and I had to make the call that I stop recording at that point. But it was such a terrible ending that if I can avoid showing it, I would prefer to. So I just re-recorded printing this out, where it didn't totally break. So I'm uploading that recording now, and then I'm going to re-render the video. I should check that I can do a thing here. Let's make sure of this. Now we know your secrets. I mean, it was, yeah. That's a fun issue to chase down. Yeah, the really frustrating part was that I thought I was chasing it down. I'm just going to switch to this angle. Or I was going to try and chase it down today, but then the problem is just gone now. So that's the thing. This should not take that long, okay? All I have to do, it's going to take longer to upload the file than it is for me to fix the edit, all right? How many characters fit in one line? I don't know, because it's 14-inch, and it's like 132 for an 8-inch wide paper. I don't know how much for 14, but, you know, you can do some rough math and guess. It's a beep. It makes a beep sound, Vorpal Sword. All right. There is no time estimate, but it is 150 megabytes out of 136 uploaded. No, neither the 2 or the 3 have a real bell. I commented about that in the first video. Okay, hold on. You gotta look at this for a second. Hey, and not this. Okay, maybe that. There. Enjoy that view. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay. So I am remoted into my server, and my server is now remoted into my desktop. Because the GPU in my server is bad, and I cannot use it to render videos now. So I have to make sure I use my desktop instead. As soon as the upload finishes, I can swap the file into place in the project. Awfully circuitous route to travel, but it's... I shouldn't... I'm not going to forward a port to my desktop. Command line base for scripting, writing video edits. FFmpeg can do that, but it can't do that for the Postgres SQL database entries for DaVinci Resolve. If I ever go down that path, it will not be good, because I will like it too much. Because I will use that for archive output. Okay, dual screen off. I can't set that here. Okay. Okay. Workspace. Dual screen off. Close that view. Okay. Let me duplicate this timeline here. Oh, there was a, yeah, duplicate timeline. There we go. Okay, copy. It is almost fully uploaded. Actually, I'll leave that file there for now. Okay. FFmpeg can do a lot of video editing with the command line. Yeah, but it can't, nothing can do B-RAW except for DaVinci Resolve. That's the thing. Most of the time I film in B-RAW. With my phone, I don't. But without the ability to work in B-RAW, there is nothing to be done. Okay, the upload is complete. All right, now I have an FFmpeg script, because we're talking about that I can run that will automatically convert the AAC audio that cannot be imported into Linux Resolve into PCM, so I can. And I can drop this into there. Take a lot of time learning FFmpeg structure. I had time I didn't have. Yeah, no, FFmpeg's software interface is insane, so yeah, no. That's definitely not happening. Absolutely not. One of us should implement BRAW support. I kind of did. I have a BRAW decode project on GitHub that allows you to decode BRAW into RGBA that you can pipe into FFmpeg. The problem is that you still just can't natively work with it. Okay. You all might actually hear this. But there's nothing I can do about it. All right. Grab from here to here. Oh, I don't have a middle click. Wait a minute, I have an idea. Grab still. Right click, apply. Apply grade. That'll work. That did not work. Why did that not work? Double click. Drag. Drag this way. How do I do this without double clicking? Why? Oh, I know what the problem is. Hold on. I need to go day 10. Oh, this is wonky. Hold on. Open in timeline. This. Delete that. Grab still. Back to here. Okay. Back to this. Over here. Do that. Right click. Apply grade. There we go. Now, just going to be a little safe. Bring this down. Touch. Make sure it's legible. Okay. Zoom this in just a tad. Slide it over. All right. Now.
Hit print.
That'll probably do. Deselect. That. Pull this down to plain. Oh, I can fix another problem I had with this. Hold on. Change track type to mono. And if I want to get real fancy here, maybe I could go fix another problem that exists. Okay, go here. Boop. Boop. Okay. Put this. That's not right. What is that? Okay, no, hold on. Sorry, I'm trying to... There were two erratas that I knew about in the video, and I'm trying to see if I can just fix them while I'm here. And I don't know why this one I don't have a solution to. Oh, I know why. There we go. For those of you who watched the video, there was one additional problem where there was a sped up segment that ran into extra footage that's not getting fixed. Probably no one will notice it except for me, because it really doesn't matter. But the bad audio with the 60 hertz buzz is now fixed, so don't have to worry about that. Okay, I think that's good. Do this. E3, 2, add new job, and render. Okay, so the last one took 42 minutes to render. So in an hour, I can come back and fix that. Forgot you actually did post a supporter preview because I hadn't had time to watch it. That explains your confusion. Oh, yeah, I didn't realize you did not watch that. Okay, there we go. Boom. So it's re-rendering now. All right. I am, like, actually not, I don't know what to continue with now. Because just using this thing, there's like, not actually that much we can do with it just on Linux. I thought we would be doing more troubleshooting. Now it's too easy. Okay, back to this. So that's a DECWriter 3. This did not go at all how I thought it would today. Okay, that's also the first time I've ever restarted a render from the office, so that's a new one. Trying to get this computer to wake back up. It went into standby mode. There we go. Shut down. I wonder if agetty would keep it from going into standby mode. All right. Hold on, I have to log in so I can start agetty. Then when oh my gosh, I know why my laptop didn't connect. Oh! I know exactly why it didn't connect. Oh, it's so stupid. Ah! So in the KDE Network Manager, okay, it is really easy to change part of the network configuration and think that you have changed it, but then you didn't actually save it. And if you connect after making changes, it will gladly just reuse the existing settings without telling you. Ugh. Okay. We're now ready to Linux. Ugh. So, I keep wanting to move my Surface over here so I can read chat, but I keep losing internet for some stupid reason, so I can't. I'm going to try and restart it one last time here. Vorpal Sword, it's not a problem I'm looking to solve on a computer that I literally installed Ubuntu on this morning. Okay. Chat over teletype. In theory, that is entirely possible. If I actually get internet back on this, it will be even easier. It is even weirder to have it not show your typing when you're using like a real terminal. Okay. Maybe we should have used apt-get. There's your beep. Oh, yeah, we haven't solved that yet. Ooh, that's worth trying to fix. Oh, there we go. Bad times. That's the kind of problem I was expecting to see. Okay. All of that for... It's already ASCII as the terminal, so this is correct. Okay. So what was going on here is apt was outputting command codes, but wow, it gets so dark when it's just keeps going in the same spot. That's crazy. So here is the other problem we have, okay? We don't have flow control working. So it is entirely possible for the Linux interface to overwhelm it. Infocomp LA120? Sure. No match for LA120. But we can do no match for DECWriter either. So we probably have the stupid Ubuntu reduced terminal entry set. We can check DW3. Nope, no DW3. All right. I would like to solve the flow control though. So it beeped because it was getting too many characters and it was trying to tell the computer to shut up, but it wasn't listening. So that was the problem there. I ran into, I'm actually really surprised that the printout worked. Install ncurses. Ncurses literally doesn't work on this. Yeah, this is a Ubuntu problem, Freefall, specifically. They don't install all of them. Yeah, exactly, Ben. So dumb. We can't install them right now anyway because I probably don't have internet. Oh, we do. Thank you for... Wait a minute. Is it doing it again? It is. It's doing it again. It's skipping the lines. The terminal entry is ASCII. We never sent it unless apt sent it. Weird escape sequences. Does reset work? Hold on. Unknown terminal type ASCII. Boo. Terminal type. Dumb, I guess. I really don't want dumb, but fine. Nope. Okay. So okay. Now we have a problem to solve. We need to figure out how to run screen not as a curses window so that we can use it to strip out bad escape sequences. Vorpal Sword, we just checked. DW3 doesn't exist. So yeah, I think we need to go look up some stuff with curses or screen here. So let's do that. That's great. You have it on Arch. I don't have it here. End curses term? I'm not familiar with that. Okay, let me look this up. Zero port firewall for bad bytes. That is exactly what I need. End curses term. Memory routines, independent method of updating character screens with reasonable optimization. So what is this? apt-get. Yeah, I know. I could have done apt-get, but let's be real. It's too easy to walk into a landmine unintentionally. It's just going to send hard-coded escape sequences. So we just need a solution. Friggin' Google. Oh my God. What is end curses term? Additional terminal type definitions. Oh, that doesn't actually, no, that doesn't help. If that's just additional terminal types, yeah, sure, we might get the DECWriter 3, but that doesn't actually solve our problem. I'm not disagreeing, just suggesting best way. I mean, we can do that, but I mean, not necessarily Silent Searchlight. I kind of went through this with the, oh my gosh, the TRS-80 DT1. I talked about using screen in that, but screen runs in curses. So, yeah, that's a problem. It's pretty insoluble. Well, no, that's the point of screen, Ben, with a curses environment, you can use screen to wrap bad escape sequences. So the way that screen solves that is that you set your real term entry, and then screen catches everything as it is run in your client program, let's call it, and any escape sequences that come through, it will translate into your own terminal. So it stands in between at the character level to try and solve that. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't know if we can run screen in a non-curses mode. Man, actually, screen's not installed by default for some weird reason. Yeah. Sudo apt install screen. But it won't work for this because it assumes cursor addressable terminal. Well, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say, is that I don't know if there is a way of running screen not like that. So what are our launch options? Apt override, reattach session, reattach. Specifies command character, turn on flow control, specifies history scrollback, interpret key press, interpret Display controls on, no. Does not start screen, lists active screen sessions. Why do you want to run screen? I just described it. To act as a filter in between applications that don't respect the term entry, that have a hard-coded escape sequence that is incompatible with the DECWriter, have it go through screen to filter that out, and then utilize the native host term entry as the controlling character escape sequences. Yeah, the making my own software or Arduino thing doesn't work because we need the term entry databases. I am not replicating the work of dozens of people of trying to recreate term entries. Okay, I understand, Majenko. My apologies. It's a lot of repetitious discussion going on, that's all. Okay. Suppress printing of error messages. Okay, that's for like remote or something. Session owner, no. Resume, no. So it's a default shell, no. Session name, no. Name, no. Term environment, we do want that, but not without not running in screen or curses. Okay, so let's, I'm not seeing anything here. Linux, gosh, this is where this program's name becomes horrible. Screen without, you know what, end curses. This is going to be one of those things where I am literally the first person to Google this. Need a program, read a character type out, placing on the screen. Get cursor position, no, no. If we can't run screen, then we probably don't have a way of doing this. Because screen is the only program I am aware of that has the filtering functionality like this, just ready to go out of the box. Ben. Twitch has got to double dip as much as possible. Okay. Does anyone have any suggestions that aren't just write your own software from scratch? I'm going to guess no, because every single time I've ever looked into this exact problem, the answer is always, you're out of luck. We don't care. We're going to hard code escape sequences because screw you. Get Ben to write software for you. Ben, if you write the software, you can have the DECWriter too. There we go. Problem solved. Shipping and handling not included. It's not just apt though, Helen Croft. That's the problem. Yep. Almost got you right there. Yeah, Majenko. I'll throw in the Max 232 adapters I bought. I suggest not using antiques. Well, when someone makes a brand new hard copy printing terminal, then I'll go ahead and buy it. But until that day, old ones are the only way to do it. Now, obviously, that's not an acceptable answer, Vorpal Sword. Yeah, so I don't... Man. Filter escape sequences with coal. Is that a program? Filter reverse line feeds from input. Ooh. Filters reverse and half reverse line feeds. Output is correct order. So replacing white space characters with tabs are possible. It seems close, but it seems like it's a little more specific. This is just the thing where if we did like ls/la and then that, it would just colonize it or something. Maybe just ls. Yeah, that kind of thing. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's all it does. Can't grep filter this stuff out? No. Because the problem is, do you know what a term entry looks like? That's the issue. I can look that up. A term entry is a binary compiled, hold on, friggin' Google. It's pretty, I'm not optimistic if it doesn't show up with that, but. Yeah, I assume it's GitHub, but oh my gosh, Google, you are worthless. Yeah, I don't know. I can't click it. I'm just going to give up on it. There's literally no reason you can't put the link. Nothing is restricted. Thank you, Ben. Okay, minimal command line to remove ASCII escape sequences from standard input and writing the result. Oh. Well, that's not going to do it, unfortunately. So if that is just stripping out ASCII escape sequences, it's not going to do it. No, Matrox, it does not. Yeah, so the curses entries for term info, I don't know why it's end curses term. Genuinely, I don't understand. It's term info or term cap. And those are half-baked, the support for all of the different functions. Like the dasher, okay, it doesn't support the underline, the italic. I think it even supports bold. None of that is implemented. I could never get the dasher entry to work either, by the way. And that one's like way easier than this. So those aren't really the answer. If one of them that's a built-in default, like ASCII works, just use that. It's not going to be better just because it says DECWriter or DECWriter or something. That's not going to actually solve any problems. At least in this case, because we don't have an issue where we are not able to send it the right commands to do something specific. We need it to stop sending stupid commands. It's completely different. If we could get it to limit the output to only the outputs, the escape sequences defined in ASCII, it would work perfectly fine. No issues. The problem is programs that are written that are not designed for this stuff because everyone assumes you're running Xterm, and they just don't care anymore. Says it filters any escape sequence it doesn't recognize. Yeah, but so Cogburn, the problem is call isn't it's not translating it from one thing to another, it's just removing them. So it would just remove everything. I'm saying it could remove them all, but it would remove everything. So Silent Searchlight, there is an ASCII terminal entry as well. I am currently running the ASCII terminal entry. So stupid. What do I need to be kept? You know, things like line end. That would be nice. How'd you even change it though? It's very easy. It is really not that hard. You just to anything I'm not even going to explain it. You just don't understand the process. I'm not going to explain it. All right. Yeah, I don't think there is a solution that exists for this right now. That really sucks. Okay, so yeah, using this on Linux is awful. I don't know that there's a way around this. I mean, obviously the answer is always go older. But that's not what I was trying to do here. Oh. Okay. Does anyone have a Samsung phone? Does anyone have any idea why this stupid thing keeps starting recording? I have the hand wave disabled. Oh my gosh, it has voice commands? I hate the future. All right. I really don't have a fallback for what to do today. Yeah, Helencroft. Yeah. And also to screen press something called paper. That would be cool. Going to be a difficult time having a SEO with that. So. All right. Two hours to clean. We could actually clean it. Yeah. That could be a real thing we do. I did not think that it would be nearly unusable because of the stupid escape sequences. I genuinely did not think that would be... Unfortunately, though, DECWriter, it's actually really clean already. Looking at it, there's a little blob here of like someone spilled coffee on it once, but that's it. Everything else is fine. It's too good. I mean, look at it. It's really not that bad. There's one thing right there, and that's it. Not the DECWriter, the Office. Well, that I'm not turning or leaving the camera on for. So. Man, there's got to be a way to use it with this, with Linux. Like, teach Linux live. That's Linux. You don't just teach Linux. That's not how it works. You were never taught Windows. All right, let's look at this one more time. Call P. Force unknown control sequences to be passed through. No, hold on. Force unknown control sequences to be passed through unchanged. So anything it doesn't know. Normally call will filter out any control sequences for those other recognized or interpreted by itself, which are listed below. I mean, I don't think that's going to do that. Like, also, how do we do that? Because we're not running every single command pass through call. The benefit to screen is that you use it as a launcher, let's say, for something like bash, and then you can have it stay around in the background and filter everything. So we could run something like bash call P, but that's not going to do what you think, because that is going to keep bash running until it closes and then send all of the output through call right at the end. So you cannot filter that. No, we're not doing that. So yeah, Vorpal Sword, that's what I would have guessed, but I'm just trying to get this done so that people stop suggesting it. So, file, use redirect. So you're saying call P bash like this? Bad usage. I mean, how do we use that? Yeah, I don't think that's going to work the way you think it is. Because again, bash is going to run, and then it's going to stay active until we quit it. That's the thing. So it's like bash. Oh, it did? Yeah. It kind of ran there. So you can see here, we have two instances of bash kind of running. It's a little broken. It should run in parallel. It doesn't look like I can input into it, though. Because I run it, something about this is broken. I don't know if I need to cat. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I think we're working up the wrong tree here. I really do. It's not going to work, and it's not designed for that. Hello, the old one. We're currently coming to the realization that even though I have the DECWriter working now, it's not possible to use it. Because too many programs on Linux have dangerous escape codes that keep making it just waste paper like crazy. I'm guessing, Ben, that what you were saying it's a margin one. I'm wondering if it's like a move cursor command or something that's doing it. That's like really common, because the fact that apt did it is weird. Analyzer? I don't know what you're talking about. I just really was not expecting this to be railroaded like this. It's kind of annoying. I'm also watching the render because it's getting close to done. Then I have to do stuff. Industrious Ant, that's so much harder than you realize. I mean, unfortunately, the answer might just be that it only gets used with the data general. Which, for giggles, let me look at the... Oh my gosh, there's so much paper back here. Oh, wow. Let me look at what setting the... let me move the DECWriter too. Let me look at how the dasher is set right now, because I believe it is set to work with the Micronova. And maybe I was smart and left it at 9600 baud. I don't think I was, though. I think I put it at 19200. Because I thought I was going to try and transfer... Yeah, it's at 19200. I was trying to transfer data to it through that, and that made it a lot faster. Really don't want to pull out the serial card right now and mess with that. Mostly guessing, set form length command, but I don't see that listed. So there is a form length option in the setup, and it'll be set to 66 lines right now. So if I go into setup mode, all right. Okay, down here, we are in setup mode. Holy strobe, Batman. With not being able to control the shutter speed, whatever. Okay, so form length F, 66 lines. I'm going to turn it off and on again. Let's see if it stays at 66 lines. Setup F, 66, yeah. So that's not what is being changed. Oh, I don't know what I just changed. Whoops. Hold on. Off, on. Because I was in setup mode and I tried typing. Okay. Current loop version of the tell types curios. I'm not sure what you're asking, Lanesy. All of the problems that we're having with this one, we're going to have with the DECWriter 2 as well, except that it's even slower. Is that off long enough for the capacitors to drain? The display turned off. It probably lost digital logic. The giant caps are only for the solenoids. Cog, we couldn't get it working. That's the thing. Additionally, no, there's nothing that would be lost by trying it, but I don't know if you... What is the exact command that you think would be run to make it work? Looked at ANSI filter. No. Is that a Linux command? It's text file containing NZ terminal escape sequences. Canon sequences may be stripped or interpreted to generate formatted output. That's not looking great. That kind of seems like it goes the other way. It takes the output I want and converts it into very much not the correct thing. All right, I'll run that on here. We'll see what we get. All right, first off, ls-la. Let's make sure we're not currently configured with it wrong. We're not. Bash pipe call -p. Okay. Apt update. Could not open log file. Wait, what? Is it running updates in the background? Thanks. Vim, I guess. I think it just died on, what do you mean sudo? Oh, did I do sudo wrong for that? Well, that doesn't explain Vim. Sudo apt update. Yeah, that's not exactly sure what it's doing there. I think what's happening is the instant that it is outputting anything that has a bad escaped line or a bad character in that line, it just deletes that entire line. Which, I mean, makes it kind of safer. That's better, but it's not what I'm looking for. And it might catch extra things that we don't want it to and filter those. So I don't know. That's definitely not the right answer, though. Industrious saying, I don't think you understand the scope of the problem. It is not a small program. Look up term info. That's what you need to understand to make that program. So there's an example of a fairly harmless command not being let run. Exactly, Dark Shadow. Holy moly. Reading package lists. Oh my gosh, is this even worse? There's Vim. Oh yeah, this sucks. Okay, call is not the answer. Yeah, call, not the answer. Definitely super-de-duper, not the answer. That was a very delayed error. All right, apt install and curses term. Deck. DW3, you guys are saying? Video just finished rendering. Let me upload it. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, don't mind me. I'm just going to re-render the video again. Because it had the wrong timeline selected. That wasn't the one that was fixed. Okay. All right, so for giggles, reset. Can't initialize terminal type DW3. Error 1. Okay, so reset does not like DW3. So I'm going to quit. What is that? It's okay. All right. That is the infocomp output from the terminal entry for Xterm. Man infocomp. Probably a way of listing them. Provide a source listing for each terminal name, long capabilities. I just want to know which ones there are. We might also be able to just ls, etc. Term info. Nope. Okay, hold on. Let's cat that. See what stupid place Ubuntu's moved him to now. Lib term info. Okay. Lib term info. No such directory. Well, cool. Okay, yeah. Maybe the last one. And last, not least, what idiot writing this stuff? User share term info. Okay, D. So there are a bunch. It just didn't read it. Well, Majenko, it looks like we have it. Yeah, it's there. Oh my gosh, it's worthlessly tiny. That is completely wrong. That is not right. So calls 132 is already incorrect. So this is probably just a copy of something else. No, ASCII isn't one, huh? Okay, well, I stand corrected there. Yeah, let's see. 6053, is that one? Wow, that one's actually better. VT102, I imagine, is very well implemented. Yeah, that one's much better. Actually, is it 132 call? Am I wrong? Because that's probably 80 right there. Maybe it is 132 now that I think about it. An Epson MX80 is 132 call. but that's an actual printer. This is a 7-pin terminal. The characters are wider than, say, an Epson MX80. One way to solve this. Not that it matters. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I screwed up. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, it's probably 132. That's weird. Silent Searchlight, it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Yeah, there are different character sizes and stuff. Yeah, welcome to my nightmare of trying to deal with old terminals on Linux. I actually gave up on trying to use the Dasher on Linux. It sucks. It's horrible. So, this is why I keep wanting a VT100 terminal so bad. Because it just solves all of this, since that's what Xterm and everything else is based off of. It doesn't matter, Vorpal Sword, because the hard-coded programs are still the main issue. Term info is only as good as the programs that respect it, and the programs just don't respect it. Exactly, Paul Guy. That is the main issue, is that everything is just hard-coded now. VT240 Modern Linux running start. Really? I am shocked, Ben. Yeah. Well, Chef Radar, the problem with there's we can use it as a printer. It worked this time. I don't know why. But flow control is also a fun problem with that. I'm wondering if maybe the software flow control was like turned off or something by escape sequences when I tried to do it the first time, because the printout that we did this time worked perfectly. Some motor shells sends sequences to enable bracketed paste, so they know you've pasted an entire command in, and that seemed to upset it. Oh my gosh. Oh, well, you're using ZSH or something. That's on you. Using a weird shell. Yeah. Pfft. Use it in DOS using the mode command. That would work really well. I'm just trying to think. I'm trying to rack my brain if there's any other options. I can't think of any. Man, at this point, I should have just pre-rendered the time lapses. The video only takes so long to render because there are a couple of obscenely long time lapses in it that the software has to go through and basically render like 3 hours of stuff to fit in 30 seconds. I would think it would be smart enough to just like skip X number of frames between renders, but apparently not. Majenko, there's a data general behind me. That's pretty appropriate. But I really thought it would work better with Linux. Genuinely, that's a big part of why I bought it. Well, the 2. This one I thought would just be better than the 2 in every possible way for Linux. And then it's still... Man, can you imagine what level of nightmare we're going to have with the 2? That's going to suck. Vamptonius, it's not going to be like one of those things where you just think about it and then it occurs to you that I have been thinking about this problem for years since I got the TRS-80 DT1. Yeah, I don't think there's enough time without like prepping and trying to get into it. Then in the background, I'm also doing the render to try and do the DECWriter 2 mod. I want a full day starting from scratch with that already like torn apart and ready to go. So, so I wonder how well the RS-232 Jack Xserve get along with that. It's not about that. I don't think you're understanding it, Silent Searchlight. The hardware interface has nothing to do with it. It is purely down to how the software works with it. It's implemented only as far as someone needs it. Yes, there is that. That's a fair question, Silent Searchlight. The answer is it would work however well that version of Unix that it is based off of works. Because I guarantee Apple touched nothing to do with the terminal stuff. And since Xserve is ancient, it's more likely to work better, but it's still probably 2 decades newer than this is, and everything would have been based on VT100. So it's not going to be great. I'm really starting to think. Maybe I have to be the change I want to see in the world. And I do have to write the term info transpiler. So term info entries are all defined by the action that you want to carry out, followed by the byte sequence that instigates that action on the hardware. We can convert the common VT100, Xterm, whatever, command sequences, escape sequences, into the respective term info actions and then use the term info library to output those actions and then drop anything that is not in the term info database. Yeah, I'm gonna just hit this while I think about this and look really short because I'm sitting on a shorter stool. This is an office chair that I'm sitting on, by the way, because I normally have an actual stool that I'm sitting on, but the DECWriter is short. Perhaps the database has no op. Well, basically, what I would do, Swarm, is if so, it would have to be a pipe of some kind. I don't know how we would do it with Bash. That's the part that sucks, is that we have to be able to filter the output. Like, I need to better understand agetty, maybe. Something. I don't know. You don't want a pipe. You want a PTY. You know, maybe. I was thinking because then you could run it in software too, but maybe that. Yeah, this call is not going to do it. We could just stop bringing up call, please. It's just not the answer. It just straight up is not. So you run. I need to know more about PTYs. Yeah, so So it listens to input from the PTY. We open agetty on the PTY, and then it outputs everything to the serial port. agetty, as far as I'm aware, only runs in serial port mode, Dark Shadow. You might just specify a PTY, I'm not sure. But you specify the device name that you want, you don't specify the path. Let's go look at term info C documentation, which is one of those horrifying things that you could utter. Like, actually terrifying. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's like, why is this so soft and squishy? It's because I sat on a jacket. Hold on, let me hit it. Boop, that. Okay. Okay. Term info. C API. How is this? Why is it not just like a Linux thing that you import? No database needed? Does this just have a copy? How does this work? We should be able to access the term info API. Maybe library, what I need. Library. Maybe I should do term cap. I never remember which one people want you to use nowadays. Term cap library, it seems like it's more likely it. 1992, nice, hot, up-to-date software, okay. Be the glitch you want to see in the Matrix, yeah. God, I don't know how people wrote software in the past. No syntax highlighting, barely any, barely any indication of code blocks. It's just so bad. Ugh. Dark Shadow, which one's newer? Term cap or term info? Term cap versus term info. Term cap is old, term info is new. Well, is there anything that talks about how to use term info then? Term info. See library. Example, sure. Why not? Stupid Google automatic whatever nonsense. This causes probably, yeah, it's true. Helen Croft, it's end curses. I know for a fact end curses sucks. Maybe it's possible to barely dip your toes into it. Okay, terminal capability functions return the value of the capability corresponding to term info cap code, such as X length passed to them. Okay. Okay. Turn the value of corresponding cap code. Okay. So we could. This might be close. So we might have to get the VT100 terminal info set and then scan through every single escape sequence that it supports. Basically store those in an array. And then for literally every single character that passes through, we filter that entire array. And then we have, yeah, so we could get string. Cap code is not a string capability. Okay, I'm not fully understanding this. But I'm not really into it yet here. So we might be able to use this to build a list of functions in the VT100 or Xterm, whatever, term entry. Then we look for the corresponding escape codes per byte from the input. And then we would have to use, I don't know if we could, capability names. These null terminated arrays contain short-term info names, codes, term cap names. So this might be returns -1, -2, car. Cap code is not a string capability. We need this to return something that maybe we can access with this. The Paul guy, I don't want a terminal emulator. That's not what I want. We want to take a byte stream, compare every single byte against a list of other bytes, and then think of it as a 2D array. We have the first column are the match codes, all right? The second column are the output codes. And then every time we match one of the input codes, we just replace it with the output code. But then there will be codes that we match the input and then we just drop it from the output. If we have a command that we deem as bad to send to this. That is another thing we're going to have to do because the term infos are not good. We're going to have an override option to blank out some commands. It will just be required. I know for a fact that will have to happen. Bunch of state and stuff. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. It's not a printer, Chef Radar. It is a terminal. It's a big difference. Serial printer terminal is easy. Also cups, that's not right. The reality is this is not going to happen. Because these libraries suck too much to try and figure out. Like this documentation is horrible. I genuinely do not know what I'm looking at. And it's just because this is basically a man page printed out here. I love how term info is the new one and it's from 2001 versus this one that's from 1992. Oh my gosh, a whole 9 years earlier from 3 decades ago. Paul Guy, I'm saying end curses and term info are ancient too. That's what I'm saying. You can't say that this is ancient when it's only 30% newer than
and says just woke up what I missed.
End of line.
Well, I said I knew it was newer, but obviously it's not new. No one in their right mind would right now create this. Yeah, see, you see this anywhere in there, that's a back out. We don't want panels, we don't want views, we don't want windows, none of that. I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't know that there is a way we can do this reliably. I'm just bringing up the render so I can keep track of that. Okay, take a step back. Whatever call does, all right, I would deem it acceptable to have a program that you can run once you log into the terminal. Okay, log in using agetty with the garbage stuff, okay, and then we write a program that's similar to call that just filters the output, and then we run bash through that, kind of the same way we were doing call. Now that might break sudo stuff still, but I think I might be willing to say just run as root. If you're running on a weird serial terminal, just deal with it, because this sucks. So that would eliminate the password problem. No, Ben. Like call, okay. Let's say we didn't do that. So it's not possible to just filter the output of bash, so the call concept is super dumb. Like it just doesn't work. Not to like try to be insulting. My apologies for that. But it's just impossible. No, Jen, it's just too much software that has hard-coded escape sequences. That's why it's impossible. Nothing. Setting the term value is worthless nowadays. There's no reason. Pipelines and interactive processes get messy. Yeah. Again, Vorpal Sword, there's no reason to mention me in every single post. I don't even see the highlighting. I don't know why you do that. I'll just say this too, Vorpal Sword. For every single streamer you watch, that is annoying to them. I'm just being straight up. It is very annoying. All right. Well, same thing. You don't need to pin them or ping them every single time. It it just makes it seem like you're trying to insinuate that your messages are more important and that you're always trying to directly talk to them. It's not a good thing to do. Ooh, a 2024 documentation. Oh my gosh, no, it's not 2024. Well, it kind of is. It's so frustrating how up their own butts the Linux developers are, the Unix developers are about that stuff. Because the email discussion and stuff like this, it is only done to gate people. Like, well, wet farts, you just don't use less with something like this. You wouldn't do that. Um, you would use a line editor like Ed or something. You wouldn't. It's not how it works. So you would cat, say, a document to the paper. And then if you want to scroll back up, you just go grab the paper and then pull it forward. It's a different ideology. You got to also remember that back in the 70s, they didn't care about the environment. So if the computer was just going to print 40 pages, it's like, whatever, they'll just cut down another tree. There's plenty of trees. So they just didn't care. Plus, ribbons were actually still being made then. So if they ran out of ink, they just go buy one. Unlike right now, where I have to like hoard my precious few new ribbons. Where'd that box come from, Chloe? That's the thing. Back in the day, you just saunter on down to your local computer nerd place, whatever, and just go pick one up. Oh, definitely, Jen, no one cares these days. No one does. I have complained about this in public places a few times, and it's always just like, yeah, I'm not going to bother using the terminal database. Whatever. Nerd. So, CD developer, here. That's what I'm trying to use. So, it is a direct to paper terminal. We cannot just wrap screen because screen doesn't work. Yeah, Fuzzball Fury for sure. So one of the reasons why I'm not over there going crazy on it right now, even though we can kind of use it, because it is improperly working and spontaneously just burns 5 sheets of 14-inch green bar paper. Like, that's insane. I need to use it under more controlled circumstances. Like, if I knew what was going to happen, like, even if it was, we're printing stream chat or something stupid like that, okay? As long as I know that it's not going to spontaneously just line feed an entire page, it's okay under those controlled circumstances because we're trying to do something specific. But just trying to Wild West over there with it while it's doing stupid stuff is not a good idea. So that's part of why we're not all over it right now. Well, Armadillo, those ribbons probably are still good if they're in the wrappers. Those usually hold, especially older ribbons. I think someone, Vorpal Sword asked about modern ribbons being made. They're garbage. Just straight up from the package, trash. They don't put enough ink on them. They put enough ink on them to look kind of black, but not enough to actually be usable. I have bought brand new ribbons. They're useless. And I don't know that they're being made for this because they're not universal 2-inch spools. Yeah. Ink's probably terrible as hell. Yeah, it is. Hi, Playful. And I think no Linux distro will work. I think all Linux distros are too new. I do think it needs to be a vintage system. I think, honestly, at this point, the best future is just the data generals, as disappointing as that is. I think maybe... that's right, I can't do multi-user on the Micronova. All right, the render finished. Let me upload that. It doesn't matter what modern Unix-like environment, because they all use the exact same modern software where people don't care. I cannot multi-user the Micronova. We do not have an operating system that will allow you to do that. Time to start work on the Big Nova? Yeah, when people want to actually watch it, then sure. That does not seem to be the case, though. I will say, though, it is really nice. I have not received a single comment saying, when are you going to work on those? In a long time. I think they got enough of their fill. They're good. You realize, oh wait, I actually don't care. Go back to making pop culture references and fun modern stuff, because we don't actually want it to be cool old computers. No. We just want to see different ways you can run Doom that just would not actually be fun. You get asked, so Playful, it's different on the live stream. So yeah, it's easy. I mean the random person who wanders in and comments on a video about it, that kind of thing. Like, I get lots of repetitious comments all the time that are super annoying. That I'm not even the right person to ask about sometimes, okay? And those are, it used to be, when are you going to work on the data generals? That used to be a very common one, and it's not anymore because I did it. But no one cares that I didn't actually get the Nova 4 working. That's the thing. Now, I have a depressing theory that people did not pay attention enough to the videos to realize that I did not get the Nova 4 working, because there's this weird thing where people just don't watch the videos. Like, they'll be there, the video will run, they won't pay attention. I don't know how to explain it. I need the phone. I gotta upload a photo I took to fix the thumbnail. It's just, you get exposed to a lot of internet very fast when you do this kind of stuff, and it can be frustrating. That's all. Okay, hold on. I need to upload a photo. YouTube is background noises thing. Yes, but if you're doing that, you should not be commenting. that's that's my main gripe. Sure, you can do that, but you should not be commenting about it then. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Oh my gosh. Blah 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 blah. Oh wait. Blah 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 blah. There we go. I successfully blawed all the blahs. Wait. I have another blah. Excuse me, phone. Oh, cool. Sure. Yeah. Why not? Why not just have to do the stupid swipe thing? Okay, blahs successfully blawed. All right, hold on. I'm just so I used a still from the video for the thumbnail, and it's not good. And I took a picture that's better for the thumbnail, so I'm just replacing that while I'm here. Sorry, I'm having to do boring work stuff off stream. This stream really did not go how I anticipated. I will say again, tomorrow we will not be streaming from the office. I cannot come to the office tomorrow. So we will be doing a home stream. I mean, I say we're probably doing a home stream. Honestly, I'm kind of half feeling like just like maybe taking a day off. I don't know. I say that, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Undecided. The new photo. It's like the old photo, but better. Okay, actually, I really like that image. That's a lot better. File. Export. Thumbnail. It's Christmas. I have the day off. If you think you might want the day off. Yeah, I'm a little fried after the DECWriter project, so maybe a day where I don't have to be on might actually be a nice thing. I say is I'm literally currently double working because I'm on stream while I'm also uploading the video because I just haven't had enough time. So yeah, maybe. Okay, hold on. It's very slow to upload all the stuff. By the way, just for you guys, I don't check the mid-roll video ads thing. I never do, because ads during videos are stupid. And YouTube, okay, this is real, all right? YouTube predicts that I would make 10 to 16% more revenue by enabling mid-rolls. That's it. 10 to 16%. View annoyances or levels are up 20%, but hey, yeah. Like, it really doesn't seem worth it for that. I'm really annoyed. The URL for the last video was way cooler. But fine, whatever. Doing okay? It works. It's actually usable. Oh, wait, hold on. That's like a black screen. Here, there it is. It works now. The problem is that Linux works really poorly with it turns out. I thought I would be able to filter out command sequences that are bad for it from modern Linux, but turns out that's really hard if you cannot run in a screen. So the CompuPro's multi-user terminal case mentioned earlier. Now, I did not see it. I do want to get to the S100 stuff. And I really do want to stop buying new things. So we might come around to that. Although I will say, there was another, like an IMSI 8080 or something that was for sale that was like nearby or something, and they showed a picture of inside of it. There was only like 3 cards in there. I was like, oh my gosh, I really wish I owned that one instead of the one that's just packed to the gills, because I have no idea what is going on in my S100 computers because they are so packed full of stuff that they're unusable. I need to learn how to use the computers. They're not turnkeys, basically what I'm saying. I may as well have just gotten empty shell computers and a giant box of cards for them, and I don't know how to put the two together. It's just that the cards are in the computers in an unusable configuration. Like my IMSI 8080 has 3 CPU cards in it. It cannot run like that. I don't know what the minimum set of cards is, though, Vorpal Sword. Is that it? Is that all it needs? That's the thing, is I need to learn how to use the machines before I can try to use the machines. I need to learn how to configure them before I can try to use them. Multi-core, that is actually a thing, but not with all this same card in the same configuration. So I don't know. I would really like to get to that, but I got to figure out the path to do it. That's the thing. All right. Oh my gosh, this is going to be brutal. I'm not going to have had the opportunity to watch this video upload. So that's going to be cool. How much of the inside CompuPro working with both the 8080 and 8086 cards? Maybe I'll reach out at some point about a minimum viable configuration for that. Because, yeah. Awesome, it's running. It really is. Yeah. No, I'm super excited about it. I just realized you can't see me because you're staring at that thing, but yeah, it does work. So the main problem there is that it every now and then a Linux command will send a different terminal command for like moving the cursor or positioning something, and it gets interpreted on there as like a I think a form setting. So on the DECWriter 3, you can configure a form for filling out like repetitious data. And I think what's happening is it's like setting the form to be longer than it should. So it'll print like this much text to the page, but then there'll be this much blank space. And it gets into this loop where it'll keep doing that. So I need to figure out the best way to utilize it where that's not a problem. All right, well, that video's uploading now. Wet? No. Because it's just... Vorpal Sword, we did that today already. That's why I re-rendered the video, because I got it to work correctly. So, in general, the CompuPro needs one of each CPU interface system support cards. I didn't even know that was a thing. RAM card, probably more than one RAM card K, yeah. Quick, post it in S channel. I mean, if you want, sure. I can actually do that. It's still sort of uploading. I think this is S channel. Yeah. There you go. I don't know what it's doing. I think it's processing the higher resolutions. Want us to check if it's rendered right? I would appreciate that, actually, yes. All right. It's on system support card, clock and reset. I don't know, actually. Yeah, and playful, it's less about just stripping out the individual characters, but they also need to be replaced with specific ones. And the problem isn't that we don't know what they are. It's that this is a solvable problem that hasn't been solved. So if we do info comp here, all right? If we do info CMP here, this is the terminal info entry for xterm, all right, that is running this. So each one of these, we see a bell, all right? That is the command escape sequence. That means that the terminal beeps, okay? And it's Control G. That's pretty standard, all right? But we can see DW3, which is installed here. This is for that terminal over there. So bell happens to also be Control G. Carriage return is /R. New line, or I guess indent, I'm not 100% sure, is /N. Those are the same between them, but there are things that are not the same between them. As you can tell, where this is like 30 different things, but then these are 140, whatever. So the problem is that some of these actually collide with ones that are not defined in this, to where you can get the wrong command sent, and then it misconfigures the DECWriter 3, and then it doesn't work correctly. So we have to strip out everything in this that is not in this, essentially. But even these aren't totally complete, which is extra fun. But that's a good whitelist to allow it to work correctly-ish. So what we really need is a program that can take this configuration for standard terminal programs and a value that represents what terminal we want to connect, in this case the DECWriter 3, and then remove everything from outputs that are meant for this that do not exist in this, and then convert any outputs that exist in this, that are in this, to that, and then output them over serial. It's yeah, it's a whole thing. But apparently that whole process with a terminal in particular is extremely complicated. Yeah. Sending a raw hex dump to putty and then printed onto name on the thing. Yeah, so, yeah, Helen Croft, you're saying a man in the middle. Maybe we could do that with a Raspberry Pi that has all of the infocomp stuff built in. Yeah, let's think about this. Let's say we do this super lame hacky way, okay? Let's say we take a Raspberry Pi, okay, that has 2 USB serial ports on it. One is input, one is output. We can somehow read this, and then, like Hellcroft is saying, byte per byte, filter the serial data. And then let the Linux computer just do whatever random garbage it wants. No, an Arduino would not work. The whole reason to use a Raspberry Pi is to get the Linux install that has all of the terminal infos already defined. That's the entire reason to use a Raspberry Pi. Because here's the other thing. We could put a little display on it with a couple of buttons and then have it be configurable where you press the buttons to change which terminal output you want it to use. Well, it's not really working fine, but it already exists. That's the thing. This has, like, let's say I open source this project, all right, and someone wants to use this on an Olivetti terminal, let's say. I don't have that terminal. I don't want to go read the manual for that terminal and figure that stuff out. So if I can just use the Linux terminal entry for that, that just solves that problem for them, even though that terminal entry probably sucks. And the reason that it might make more sense to do this way, and it could be hackier, is that we could literally parse the output of Infocomp as our way of reading the term infos. Because I'm looking at this. This doesn't seem all that bad. I think we could. So we don't even need a term info database. We just have to interpret these, which kind of sucks. Like, why is this Control G and then this is /R? Because this is escape R? But why is this one /E then? No, never Arduino. Because it won't have that built in. The disgusting part about this is that these files, like here, let's look at this, okay? So you can see it's like, oh, it's this file, right? That's what that comes from. Okay, let's cat that file. Huh, that's weird. This file is random binary garbage. It's not text. We can't read this file. We have to use something that can decode it. It's structured binary garbage? It is. We could load the library, but I don't want to. That's the whole problem. Ben, I want to solve it for all terminals because I have, let's just say, all terminals. If I could make a little Raspberry Pi box that has a port on one side and a port on the other side, and it is the serial sanitizer, all right? We could use that to go in between anything. And then I would also include the single greatest switch ever on it. That would just be a null modem or not switch. Just for you, Ben. And I think that would work great. So Infocomp prints the text version because it knows how to read it. That software knows how to do this already. We don't. And the libraries for it suck. Need two of them? Can't just string match, though. Have we asked Elms yet? I will never. since this data is intended for other direction, you have to look at the 1P entries, which are parameter placeholders being matched around. You're right. So we would have to understand the output for the formats for this stuff. So it might just be as simple as that. I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is awful. Holy moly. If I have to learn how to parse this, it might be easier just to learn how to use the curses database or library. Ugh. I don't know though. Yeah, you're right. That is a nightmare. I actually don't know how we would handle that at all. They are codes for arguments, but that's exactly the kind of thing that we have to be able to strip out. Yeah, I understand that, Majenko. That's why I'm saying it would. I forgot about the parameterized ones. That's very messy. All right, you guys want to try an experiment that's like a little weird? It might break stream. It's not related to this. It's just something else I did today. So, let's see. Wiki, detectangels.net. No. Okay, Ben said no. Never mind then. Ben said no, but Janko said no. Why bother doing that? Can you just remove everything that isn't basic ASCII? How do we know what is or is not basic ASCII, though? Additionally, that only gets us so far. We could... we have to identify the escape sequences. We have to know when they end. That's the other problem. So here's why we can't just limit basic ASCII, okay? We have to be able to identify when, say, this command ends. When is this no longer a command? I genuinely do not see the pattern in this. The byte is outside that range. It's not ASCII. Yeah, but this looks like it's a super duper long command. It's probably going to have... Well, Ben, here's what I'm saying. This is a multi-byte command, I assume. The comma, yeah. I don't think there's going to be a comma in the output. All end with an M. Yeah, but I'm saying that M is not... The M is ASCII. So we can't just filter out everything that isn't ASCII. It really doesn't matter. If it ends with, if it has ASCII values in it for the colored codes. What Majenko is saying is what I'm saying is the problem. So Majenko, you're saying command for color code starts, it expects a certain number of bytes, and then it stops. What I'm saying is we have an escape code and then regular ASCII text after that, as far as the byte stream is concerned. So we can't say only remove things that are not ASCII, because we would then have the color codes printed to the terminal, which I have seen happen when I've been messing around with the DT1. Yeah, you have to know what the commands are. You can't just remove everything that's not ASCII. Where are we at with this? It works, but Linux doesn't. And no, Windows is definitely not the answer. But playful, we would print color codes to the terminal then, is what I'm saying. So we do ls grep txt, all right? These reds would have a color code that precedes them. So we would have the numbers for that color code printed as plain text. Yeah, Machenko, but I'm saying that's not just remove everything that isn't ASCII. What Playful was recommending is only send ASCII characters. But there are multi-byte commands that have ASCII characters in them, is what I'm saying is the problem. At least it would stop the weird stuff. You would be surprised how much that would break the whole thing. Because I did something at some point using screen like that with the DT1, and it was unusable. Yeah, just ASCII can never work, exactly. Because there are too many weird ones in there. I don't know all commands that may appear, Gino. that's the whole problem. I don't know what the values are in this because they're parameters. So this value for the color code could be like anything. The numbers inside will match. We know the length, but we only know the length for this particular one. There are other terminal color code commands that exist out there. All right. Well, let's just go off of this whole thing. You guys really don't want to try the experimental thing, do you? What if it could? I told you we might be able to improve the quality of the stream. Do the thing. All right. This morning, one of the reasons why I was late, although I was doing this while I was waiting for the post office to actually open, so this didn't actually delay me at all. I documented how I do my SRT stuff to send video to and from the server, but I also documented how we can do RTMP. Now, previously we tried doing RTMP through Nginx as a relay, but turns out there's a relatively easy way of doing this through FFmpeg. So I wrote a script here that will just wrap the FFmpeg command so that you can make this interface a little bit more useful. And then I documented how we can use, RTMP. Now, what this would allow us to do is use different codecs that SRT isn't as good at carrying. So we could try RTMP. Now, the downside is, the last time we tried to use RTMP, we had audio desync issues. I don't know if we have enough time for the audio desync issues to appear. But we could try it and see if it's acceptable for just like the last 20 minutes of stream, just to see. SRT with some holy grail? I don't know. I don't know what the benefit of SRT versus RTMP is. SRT is limited to basically MPEG-2, though. In theory, it can do H.264, but it's so fragile. That is also possible, Paul. Well, actually, we never tried FFmpeg. So, all right, I'm going to connect to the server over here, and then we're going to try and set this up. I'm going to put this somewhere benign. Was it because you wanted to use AV1 and SRT couldn't do it? That is true. we might be able to do AV1. Okay, one moment here. Okay, I think this is acceptable. All right. Doesn't matter if FFmpeg has it, OBS does not. Although maybe it could receive it or something. I don't know. But we're going to try this. Okay, so here is the RTMP server code on the server. So let me try and set this up. So my configuration for this. All right. The server's IP is 10.1. So let's say it will listen on 10.0.10.1. That is the WireGuard interface. It will output. You know what? It might as well output on the same interface, because then for giggles, something else could watch it too. Okay, so we do that. I don't really care about any of that stuff, so that's fine. Whatever. All right. So we do that. Then over on that's my desktop actually. You know what? I could shut that off. One moment. I'm just going to turn off that computer. That's right. I don't need that on anymore. Using FFmpeg through OBS. So, Paul Guy, what I'm talking about is FFmpeg can act as the RTMP relay server. Previously, we were using Nginx to do that, which probably could not do RTMP. Okay, back to this. We might actually just be able to test this a little more benignly. Oh, there's a chance here that if I click this button, you won't be able to hear me, but I'm pretty sure you can. Okay, let's go to sources. I'm going to add a source. This is on the server for the record. So let's do media source. Okay, let's do RTMP in. Okay, it's not a local file. And then we're going to do essentially this, but then we'll change our IP to 10.0.10.1. Okay, I'm gonna go back here. This should be ready. So let me do this, open a terminal. Set open a terminal, and then I will run RTMP server. Okay, so that's all ready to go. All right, now this will only work with WireGuard. So no one else can connect to my stuff if you have a concern about that. All right, just for kicks, we'll just try it with this to start with. I don't know why OBS on here just has a big old red circle, but you know what? Sure, let's go with that. Let's get rid of whatever video capture device is, and let's set up a streaming output. Stream, we'll go to custom, and then it will be RTMP / 10.0.10.1. And I'm lazy, so let me just grab the rest of this. Yoink. Boop. And then we have our stream key, which I just have as app because you would have to break WireGuard to be able to get to it. Okay, and start streaming. Let's see, is it going to show up? Boom! Okay, so that's RTMP over WireGuard. Okay. So now, what I could try doing, I'm going to move this under the other stuff. All right. So that's the best red circle I've seen today. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to full screen that, and I'm going to end this. And now that should go away. Perfect. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the stream PC to use RTMP like that, and we'll see how that works. So let me just go into settings. I can set the stream output. I can configure that. Oh, I was trying to use wrist before. Weird. RT streaming service custom does not support the encoder FFA. Yeah, whatever. Okay. RTMP colon / 10.0.10.1 colon 8889 / live app apply. Okay, output streaming. Okay, AC NVENC HEVC. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna stop this and then I'm gonna restart it over RTMP and we'll see what happens. So okay, so it exploded because I think the codecs are wrong, and I can't change the codecs while it's going. So I need a moment here. Let me make sure I have this ready to end that. Okay, so I need to get in there so I can change the encoding settings. Let me actually look at what we can see here. Output. We are to H.264. Okay, so I was trying to do H.265, I think. Chat is, yeah, here, fine. There's chat. H.265 and AC. Okay, let me try setting it to this stuff on the stream PC, which I have to do while I'm not live, and then I can try it one more time. So I'm going to do that, and then I will be right back, hopefully over RTMP. Oh. Okay, it was working the whole time. The problem, you can hear me. Yeah, I think it was working the whole time. So it was not sending, or my thing that has the failover was activating the creek. Because it wasn't receiving over SRT. So yeah, that was what was going on there. Okay, I could probably fix that later. But this is SRT, or I mean RTMP, okay? So the other problem is that it was trying to broadcast at 1 billion megabits per second. But this is H.264 RTMP, all right? So for giggles, I can go to, boom, this, all right? I'm curious if this looks better or not and what the audio sync will be like. Because, well, I don't know. We haven't really been able to try this. Yeah, so this is actual RTMP. It is 2,500 megabits per second, kilobits per second. I don't know. So we'll try leaving it like this. Seems good. Okay. So what happened before is when I tried to RTMP stream last time, it would desync, and audio or video, one of them would get ahead of the other. Audio is not in sync. It's definitely more detail in the darks. Okay, good enough. Maybe a tiny bit. Seems good. Looks delayed. Okay. Feels a smidge off on the sync. Okay, well, the biggest part will be as if it changes over time. That'll be the worst part. Does look mighty fine on 720p Twitch, so it looks better. H.264 is just a better codec than MPEG-2, which is what we have to use for SRT. Audio is quite a bit ahead of the video. Well, I mean, of the two, that's what I would rather it be. Now it's getting worse. Okay, so the audio is desyncing. We're getting runaway audio, you're saying. I wonder what the problem is. Audio sync is getting worse. Yeah, see, that's what we got last time with RTMP. How is it not solved? Why? How is this a problem? I don't get it. That's so weird. I'll do the clap sync again. Maybe it all should reload. Maybe I'm making everyone excessively sensitive to it. Here's the thing, I'm not gonna restart, and when I get home, I'm gonna look at the recording of this stream and I'm gonna see what it looks like. So yeah, I'll just clap sync and we'll see. But that's kind of bad. Worse, all right. 44-1, 48 mismatch. I didn't specify anything for the input, so I don't think so. No, I'm not saying Dark Shadow. I'm saying I'm not touching it. I want to see if it drifts. So I'm going to measure it when I get home because I'm recording this on the server. New ISP at the office. This quality is not bad. Did you just get here, Tyler? That's amazing. So Tyler, I'm experimenting. This is RTMP with H.264 encoding. It's just larger than it was pre-RTMP. Okay, if the audio is ahead and it's statically ahead, I can delay it on the server and then it's not a problem, or I can delay it here. So if it's always the same amount of desync, that's fine. I just need it to not drift. About SRT, it's not SRT desync, it's RTMP desync. So it's encoded before it gets over to the server. It always is. Give us a clap. I'm happy to keep doing the claps because it gives me more stuff. Seems consistent? Okay. If it's consistent, that's fine. I'll measure it when I get home. I will figure out what milliseconds it is, and then I can adjust that here. But yeah, so Tyler, the way my streams have always worked is I stream from my office to a server that's in my house. And then the server splits the stream in two, one to Twitch, one to YouTube. But the connection from the office to the house has been SRT with MPEG-TS as the codec. MPEG-TS is the DVD video codec, so it's not very good. This is H.264 right now, which is a lot more efficient for higher resolution video. There's no overlays. It's not intentional. It's because I had to go adjust settings to make the stuff work. There we go. You don't have AV1 support. That's even better. I might be able to do AV1 now. I have an ARC card in the other room. Oh, wait, could we just not encode with AV1 at all? We needed some motherboard feature, I think. That was what was preventing us, not the RTMP or SRT stuff. The overlay updated. Oh yeah, that's the other fun thing, is that RTMP is way behind. Just in general, there is a massive delay. So like, resizable bar, was that it? Yeah. Like here, if I can get onto Twitch from here and I'm actually logged in. Okay. Queue time. So I might be able to use H.265. I tried using that at first. I'm not logged in on here and I'm not logging in on camera. I tried using H.265 at first. It did not work. But I can mess with that more later. So, have you tried the EFI thing? Well, let's not worry about that. Just don't worry about that. That was a throwaway conversation. So, several things wrong, including FFmpeg. Yeah, FFmpeg didn't support a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. Okay. But it sounds like this looks a lot better. So if we can make it work and the delay is consistent, I'm happy. I will probably switch to using this. There's an additional benefit to doing this. It's very, very minor, but there is an additional benefit. When I stream over SRT, technically I'm recording to OBS, or no, FFmpeg, and then FFmpeg is just handling it. With this, it's actually streaming. So it says stop streaming, not start recording. And I can see when I drop frames. I cannot see when I drop frames when I'm using SRT. So this gives me more diagnostic data. It's minor, but it's beneficial. Can you separate the audio stream and the video stream? Just deal with the desync that way? That sounds worse. They should be packetized together. SRT with H.264 isn't a thing. It is a thing, but it's way less robust. Like, we try that, and then we get, like, gray lines that appear in the video. SRT does not seem to handle that well, and the H.264 just gets destroyed. Even when I'm at home, and I stream from my desktop to my server over the 10 gigabit connection, SRT does not handle H.264 well. Yeah, OBS can add audio delays, yes, but I don't know how much it is right now. So I'm saying I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna measure it, and then I'll know what the value is to add. The problem will be is if it's different every time. That will suck. Remember that stream of the gray bars? Yeah. Delay seems constant, so it should be good. That would be awesome. It's weird that there is an audio sync issue. I keep trying to use the computer. I'm like, why is it not working? It's because that's not the keyboard that's connected to that computer. 300, 400 milliseconds, not that much. Those are two very different interpretations. Okay, audio. Advanced monitoring. So we can do delays. We might have to do delays per channel. That would kind of suck. So here, I can try this. Advanced audio properties. I'm going to add a 300 millisecond delay to the Blackmagic input, which is where my microphone is. And we'll see what that looks like. Okay, this should now be a 300 millisecond delay. So I'm curious what that looks like, if that's better. In theory, it should be probably too much. All right, that's good. That's good if that's too much. I'm gonna keep talking in a way where you can see my mouth move a whole lot, blah, 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 blah. That's bad, too much. Audio behind video, too much. Audio seems to be lagging. Okay. Too far behind, too much, okay. Oh my gosh, the RTMP delay is so bad. Okay, I'm gonna set it to 100 milliseconds. All right, and now we're at 100 milliseconds. So we'll see what that looks like. So this is, I'm waiting for the RTMP delay to happen. It seems like it's really bad. So we'll see. I am now doing it. That's perfect. Spot on. Okay, so 100 milliseconds. Okay, pretty good. Pretty close. Okay. Interesting. Nailed it. Okay. Well, that could be really cool. What sucks is I have to do that for every single audio source, but so all right. Well, maybe we try that. Maybe whatever the next stream in the office is, because I'm not gonna be here tomorrow. We'll leave this. We'll try RTMP. It'll be funny if I forget and I try SRT and then it's like massively audio ahead or massively audio behind, actually. Yeah, so I missed it earlier. Catch up, Mr. Firewall. Thank you for the Prime sub and for 2 months. Sorry, the deck talk stuff didn't work. I can't hear it today, so I missed that. So yeah. All right, there might be me adapted. Yeah, I will check all of that stuff, like I said, when I get home. So, all right, I should wrap this up. That was a fun little bonus test at the end there. Let me shut off a couple of things so I don't accidentally forget when I start to leave, like that. And this, shh, you don't hear anything, computer. Night, night. Okay. So, DECWriter video drop, yeah. Oh yeah, let me do that. Hold on, let me no machine into the server and make that public. Sanity, did you actually watch the video? Is it good? 5-second delay between chat and stream, yeah. It's rough. Let me see, hold on. Let's see. It runs to the end. New printout seems to be fine. It's going live in about, checks 31 minutes, and Ryan multi-hour videos to watch first. Yeah. Okay, so the printout looked good. All right. I changed a couple of things audio-wise with it, so yeah, that's there. All right. Hold on. Alrighty. Here we go. This one's a little risky, but whatever. This feels so wrong, but all right. Here we go. New video on the DECWriter 3, now live on the main channel. You can go watch that and you'll learn how I solved all of the stuff at the end. Long story short, it sucked a lot. Here, I will give you one hint, okay? One hint as to why you should watch this video. Look at that wrench. Man, some really nasty stuff had to happen to that thing, huh? Man, you should probably go watch that video. You might learn why this wrench looks like that. All right, well, that's gonna be it for today. So it is time for the outro. All right, well, this has been a day. That did not go how I thought it would. I really thought we would be able to figure out how to make the DECWriter 3 work better with Linux. The answer is it's not. And there doesn't seem to be a path forward to make it work better with Linux, which is really frustrating. So I don't know how we're gonna handle that. I will next need to adapt the DECWriter 2 to be serial, and then we can work on getting the Micronova to communicate with them, and I'll probably set it down to 300 baud. So, yep, all right. That will be all for today, though. So you should go to the main YouTube channel, go watch the video. And I actually tried to get logged in. I can't right now, our programmer, so that's not possible. Home stream, no stream tomorrow will be determined, all right? Because I'm probably gonna go home and wreck my stream setup. I'm gonna install a teleprompter over one of my cameras, because in this video, I read a script to one of the cameras at home, mostly because I just needed to record the audio, and I'm like, you know, I got these nicer cameras at home now. I could actually just read or record me reading the script, and it really was helpful. And now I want it to be where I have a teleprompter over the camera, and I already owned all the hardware to do it. So I'm probably gonna go home and mess up my camera setup. So I don't even know if it'll work tomorrow. So yeah, anyway, that'll be it for now. if you guys enjoyed this stream, you might want to follow to be notified when I go live again next. If you want to help support the channel, you can find me on Patreon. Surprised you did it to the close-up camera. Yeah, the other camera, it's just not as sharp. I don't know why. Maybe that lens is good. But anyway, yeah. If you enjoyed the stream, follow to be notified when I go live. Help support the channel on Patreon or get a shirt. But that's it for now. Go watch the YouTube video, and I will see you next time. I'm now counting down to watch the outro. And there's the wave. Okay, it's printout time. It is really good. No complaining about the printer not having the correct outro, because we literally printed it today. The new file that is in log color space that would look terrible, yeah.